Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 19th of November 2025 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Caulfield. We've raced here last week and though we are racing at Caulfield, and when I checked last time, the difference between Caulfield and Caulfield Heath Apparently, on the internet, there is nothing that actually differentiates between both of these tracks. On the internet, it says Caulfield Heath is basically a nickname for the Caulfield main track. But when we were racing, and I did a little bit of, comparison with Caulfield and Caulfield Heath. So, my strong feeling is this is not the main track. There's a difference between the numbers that I'm getting, and probably it is the inner track which is there. I am not sure, but that probably it is, because there's a difference that within the numbers that I'm getting with Caulfield and Caulfield Heath. So probably it is the inner track, which is a much newer track, and it is more or less the same arrangement between Randwick and Randwick Kensington. So Caulfield basically holds the major races, and Caulfield Heath is the weekday track where they bring in horses that are not eligible for the main track. So we're going to be doing the same analytics here on the Caulfield. The last mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 367 meters. The ground rating is good today, and we've got about 8 races to come up here, and we'll see what we can do here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we are looking forward to making some numbers here, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight that. So that's more or less what we do. We'll go with the first one here today, which is an open race, and we'll take the odds. Number 1 has been scratched. We don't have number 1. 5274. The 5 is the favorite. 5 is probably the heaviest, and that's how the things are. The advantage is huge on this horse. We don't know how the others are, but definitely this is on the highest side. This is the highest. The others are, to start with, they will have about -10. This is at -17, calculating at a -34, which is good. Apparently there is nothing else. The jockey is okay, because this is not a pressure horse. That jockey is okay for the horse. That's that. Now, This is a Colt and filly mix X. I don't want to contradict anything on the first one. Everything looks okay, but here are the things. So we are dealing with what? We are dealing with 2-year-old fillies and 2-year-old colts, all that is there. When a 2-year-old filly goes like that, it is saying it is. I mean, through the numbers we are getting, it is pretty much heavy. So that is. I don't know how to work this, but honestly, my thought. I mean, I think the numbers are right. This is an EW anyway. All right, this is an EW anyway, and the numbers are there to support the fact. Apart from the jock, which is okay, because it is an advantage, and probably the jock is okay. I mean, that's an okay arrangement. But 2-year-old filly, I mean, somebody had to be the heaviest today. That 2-year-old filly is the heaviest, but that is also a contradiction. Why? Because if a 2-year-old filly is heavier than the colt and the fillies and the other colts, then either it is either it is a good thing because we are not going to get the paddock. Either it is a good thing, or the flip side is that the horse is overweight, because we are calculating everything on the basis of just one race, and which probably is okay. Let's hope that everything is okay, and I'm not going to contradict on the first one. Numbers are probably right. It is the lowest, so we don't have a linear in this. This is not a handicap race. We don't have a linear, and this one is the one which is like that, comes from gate number 3, not a wide gate. All is good. 5 is the favorite. Odds look, they are right. Jockey should not be an issue. Jockey should not be an issue, though it is not the best jock, but it is okay to have a jock like that. Both the numbers are very extreme, this one and this one. Both the numbers are very extreme, so we'll see how that works. But the odds, this is the first one. I believe that the odds are right, and 5 should be there. There's no other number actually to look at, but we'll see how that works. Anyway, boy, welcome back, boy. Welcome back. The first one we have. I mean, the only numbers that are present are this one and probably this one, because they had 1-1 races. They did not do anything. The advantage goes there. It's right in a sense. It is right. That's how we play generally. We need the advantage in place, but we'll take a look at the horse at the paddock. I mean, a 2-year-old filly looking like that is, it would have been a lot more comfortable if the 2 was heavier, a colt. that would have given us a little bit of, not that we are 100% correct on this. It is just a numerical representation of the potential body weight. Not that it is 100% correct. And because they don't publish the body weights. They don't publish the body weights. It is a very complicated calculation that we go through to understand what could be the body weight of this horse. So the lower it is, the heavier it is. And this is the lowest. So we'll see how that works. But with that advantage from that gate, it should not be a problem getting a place. It should not be a problem. How bad that jock could be. Let's say he's very bad. Even, because he's handicapped in a way where he's able to handle just the these kind of horses. So that is the plus side. The negative side is this, that's also represents that is probably not very professional. I'll tell you why it also says that you're not very professional. So what happens is when we calculate the jockey handicapping, so the jockey handicapping is also calculated on the basis of their body weight. So a thumb rule is, if you are a male, if the jockey is a male, then you are looking at anywhere between 55 to 58 kilograms. Anything between that range is good. If you are a lady, if the jockey is a female, then you are looking at a little lighter, maybe 52 to 57, 56 and a half, something on those lines. Male, heavier, ladies, lighter. Now, when that happens, that gives us a little bit of idea of how the jockeys are handicapped on the basis of the body weight of the horses here. Because if I don't know if you're aware of this, but the jockeys are capable of managing their weights overnight, and it depends on which horse they are going to be riding. So if the jockey has not been able to reduce the body weight, then it affects the horse. There's going to be a claimer on that horse if the jockey has not been able to reduce or increase the body weight. They'll have to manage the body weight. Let's say a jockey is going to ride Lady Shenandoah or one of those known horses. Now the body weight of that horse is X, and to ride that horse, the jockey needs a body weight of Y. If that factor is not matched, then there is going to be a reduction or increment depending on the difference on the carrying weight of the horse, which is the weight that the horses are carrying. That's where the claim happens. And if that's that, then what happens here is we see that the right jocks are in orange. Okay, when it is green, they are basically with the these kind of horses where there is an advantage, but this also means that he is not able to or she is not able to manage his body weight, which essentially translates into one thing, that he may not be professional. All right, so that's the analogy, that's the understanding of the numbers, how the numbers interact with each other. Boy 275 2 is Zara, I think. Yeah, 2 is Zahara. That's Zahara is very good with colds. That's there. Zahara is very good with colds. There's a huge advantage with this horse, but we'll see how that works. This horse has never there are no races. We don't know whether it'll actually come out of the gates and start running. Though Zahara is on that horse. Zahara is very good with colts, and he's fantastic. That is there, but it still stays as an assumption. Why? Because that horse has never run, and it's 1,000 meter. So maybe hand-wise 7 is the best. That's the best hand. We'll see. Some of the things are, they kind of contradict each other. So we've also added the 2 more columns here, the quant and the LS, QNT and LS. We'll try to see if we are able to get something out of those two as well. Here the quant is very high on 5, but that's the only number that we have. Yes, I'm going to be showing it live. Right now they're showing some other tracks. They might be giving us copyrights. They usually do. The tracks that never had an issue with us streaming are basically the Victorian tracks and the New South Wales, the primary tracks. And some tracks in Queensland, but the moment they bring in South Australian tracks and Western Australian tracks, I don't want to go there. That's why I don't put it on. But we've got 9 minutes to go for Caulfield, and we'll see. I'm looking at the stream. We don't have the other stream today where we usually get the paddock. We don't have that. We have the normal stream, and we'll just everything that we do here is just try to keep things safe. We don't want to get into bad books of anyone. especially when it comes to the feed, because we don't own the feed. We just use the feed. It's like a fair use. We can't do analytics without the feed. That's like blind. We've got 2 more tracks to go. I don't know what they're showing. There is something called Bar Lap Raceway. Then there's Collar. And then we have Caulfield Heath. Lee, welcome back. I will come in. Five showed it is an EW anyway, but I mean, let's watch the first one. That's what I generally do. We'll get a feel of the ground.
Snamble is same in the 2 range across all of the totes. Caulfield about to kick off. 90 seconds to get bets on the first. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Angelic Rise, Gators top big 250 into 220, and Aman in your mix. Gators been best back to beat it for Graham beat Jordan Childs 460 into $3.80, a $270,000 filly by Capitalist. Third of the Cranbourne jump outs and third in a trial here on this Heath track.
Yeah, look, she's certainly in the right stable. They have a terrific first up strike rate, don't they? Graham Berg and his team. Look, this filly was good, I thought, in the trial. You'd have to say Angelic Rise was much better than her when they clashed. But, you know, if trials are everything, I'd be a millionaire. The latest trial was good, so she's a danger, fourth pick.
Copan Yards on debut. 330 into 460, back into 440, almost an angel. 750 into 9, back into $8. A Stiller is 9 into 13, into 11, back to 12. Oh, we're there. Iconic Rule at 21 to $26. So they're specking most of the field here. Angelic Rise is your top pick, though, and had won a trial on this track before the debut, and also won a Flemington jump out and started $6 in that hot race at Flemington.
Yeah, she was, I thought, excellent. Both those trials gave her a live hope in that race at Flemington. And as I say, she was sort of up the middle of the track. As it turns out, that was the right place to be, but not in the 2-year-old race. All the action was closer to the inside. So, as I say, she gets another go. She well and truly had Oman covered at the trials prior to that.
So partly cloudy 25, says the Bureau. Good 4, rail out 2 on the Heath track.
Yeah, played super last week. It's going to be run on win. So we're expecting the same story today.
As we take you to Caulfield at the Heath track for the first. Into 440, and money for Oman at $4.20 as they fill the stalls. Repangana's gone in. Angelic Rise is the next one into the stores. Iconic Ruler is waiting its turn.
Doesn't look overweight, but it certainly doesn't look.
50 cents in those famous colours, the dulcified colours, $3.80 Kopangana, $3.90. So almost an angel is about to come forwards. It's a Stiller. Joining them after a Spanish town. And almost an angel to complete it. Pangana a little bit agitated in close. The first event, Caulfield Heath.
I'll get on the offside and got a little 10 over.
A couple of attendants just getting this horse organised in close Copang Yard.
Well done. Down.
Well, they seem just about right. Right, now they're running, racing. Kopangan jumped away pretty well. Angelic Rise about the third out. Astilla began quickly with Angelic Rise getting to second through on the inside, followed by Iconic Ruler. Then came Kopangan next on the fence. Almost an Angel goes back to second last, and Oman is last. So Angelic Rise, the favourite, led 3/4 of a length to Astilla second, approaching the 600, and they're 2.5 Iconic Ruler, a length and a quarter Kopangan.
Oh, that's a big
Then
horse.
came Almost an Angel, and Oman is last around
That's
the
a
corner.
big one.
Angelic Rise just over 400 metres to go, being raced by Astilla around the bend. Then came Iconic Ruler, 2 lengths off those from Almost an Angel, and Oman's picking up round the rails. Angelic Rise, nurse to the 200. Astilla's throwing out a challenge, but Angelic Rise had an answer. Then Iconic Ruler, and Almost an Angel down the outside. Angelic Rise is getting tired, and Almost an Angel over the top has swept on by, and Almost an Angel's going to win well.
4,
2
3,
Iconic
5.
Ruler, Angelic Rise, Oman, Kopangan, and Astilla last. Almost an Angel right over the top for Luke Nolan in the Griffiths camp. 2-year-old filly by Say You Think pays 680 and 290 and wins on debut. Only set them back 30,000, Mr. Gately.
Yeah, a little bit of fun there. Obviously, really nice debut. Well to the eye. We'll have a look at the clock, obviously, but
So that 4 went through. Sorry. That 4 went through. Why? Because that was the best jock on that horse. Okay. 3, the next one here. And then 5. So what happened basically is this, that I mean, looking at the horse, it did not look heavyweight, but it was definitely a big horse. But what went wrong with this is this, that, you know, you're not supposed to rave the horse, this one, before the last 400 meter. And this guy, this genius, thought it's a brilliant idea to rave this horse. It is basically the decision that was made here. Why? Because both of them were 2-year-old fillies, and this one was not among the top one, but it just went through with a very bad management on that. But today they went through. Why? Because the decision was made right here. The decision was made right here. You're not supposed to rave a horse like that. The horses that can be raved are basically, linears within a distance of 1200 meters. Within a distance of 1200 meters, where the last stretch is within 400 meters, or a little here and there is okay. But not definitely at Sandown Hillside, not definitely at Flemington. You can't rave those horses there. But it has to be one of the pressure horses that can be raved and within 1200 meters. That's what it generally happens. And my apprehension was here and here. So what happened is this, that it is a very heavy horse. A lighter one went through with a better jockey. Okay. It did not look overweight, but definitely there is a weight problem with this horse, probably. So here was the apprehension. I mean, how bad things can go with it. It actually went very bad. This one is a class 1. We'll take a look at the odds. 7 has been scratched. 6851. 6 is with Zahara. 41 at 37. So let's understand what's going on. 6 is the favorite, 6 is the linear, right? Now it's a class 1, 1600 meter, which basically aiming at, benchmark 55, something on those lines. So that brings gate number 8, 7, all that into trouble. Okay, that brings 8, 7, all that into trouble. So 6 is the one with a pressure, which is with Zahara. Now, that's one way of looking at it. The second thing is this, that now Zahara generally gets handicapped like that. Zahara gets handicapped like that because he probably races way too much than the others. So he's always a little here and there when it comes to handicapping. We have seen that in Flemington. We have seen that in many other places. So 6 Zahara is favorite. Now the thing is, whether that's that or not, or whatever the thing is, this is an issue. All right. They're bleeding. It has got nothing to do with Zahara. They're financially bleeding. So the decisions that are going to be made on these horses are going to be, I don't know how that'll work. So that's the first thing. Now, the other thing is that this is a pressure line. Okay, if this is a pressure line, ideally at this level, what we are looking at, that is a very dangerous place for that kind of a linear. It's a very dangerous place for that kind of a linear. And why I am saying that is because we have seen this this track playing, and generally when it is within 40-41 and we are dealing benchmark 50-55, generally the gates are an issue. I made a mistake last time, and I'm not going to repeat that same mistake. So gates are an issue. Here the gate is not an issue. The pressure is an issue. Because if with that pressure on a 1600 meters Zahara raves, then it will be out of gas. Then it will be out of gas. And that will open up 5. Because this is a 35 at this is a 44 coming from gate number 8. Then the 5 will open up. So the odds are like what? 3851. Oh, sorry. 6851. 6, 8, 5 and 1. 1 is good, which is 31. Here there's a jock which is probably very good, but that's from gate number 6. I don't know if that'll work. I think this is also a very good hand. I think 6 will be there. But will it win? That we will only get to know after the races. But since 5 is not the favorite, 5 is the second or third favorite. So I think 5 probably is it's a 3-year-old gelding. From the baseline, it doesn't have any pressure on this. Translates to -17. This is better, but it also drops here. It's a 34. This is a 31. This is a 35 on pressure from gate number 7, a 5-year-old gelding. I don't know how good that is going to be. But this one is 5 is with J Mott. So we'll see. I mean, ideally, I think it is 6 and 5 anyway. 1 is a little far. 8 is definitely far, wide. This one doesn't make sense when these horses are present. So that is something that I don't know how good that will work, but got a good jockey on this 2. There's a good jockey on 2. 8 can handle that. That's okay. It's supposed to be like that. This is Zahara, so there's no problem with Zahara. So I don't know about those two, but I think the 5 is the one. It probably is going to be 6 and 5, but the question still remains whether 6 will win. That 1 is with a lot of advantage, but it drops here. It becomes 31. It is the second worst. But having said that, it has a brilliant jock on that horse. So we'll see how that works. The 6 is the favorite. The problem is at this level, that pressure. Though Zahra is riding, we've got everything good about this, okay? But if we go back and we see what happened last week, here, pressure was definitely an issue. I mean, if you look at what happened at Caulfield on 12th, okay? So if we look at all the races, like here, the 6 was the favorite. If you go and check the result of this, you will know what I am talking about. Then we had the 8, which was there. That was an issue. 3 was the favorite. That did not happen. In fact, what happened was 5 actually won from gate number 11. I think. And later on, when I looked at it, it looked so simple, you know. When I looked at it later on, after the races, while trying to figure out what happened, and it looked so simple. The 3 was with 0 pressure, cannot win. The 8 was from gate number 10 with that kind of a pressure and that kind of a jock. Cannot win. The 9 was a 0 pressure. Cannot win. 7 was good. I think it got in somehow. But placing that horse here at a low pressure, this was 33, this was 33. This was a 5-year-old mare which should have won, but it did not. The reason was again here because that jock was not right. That jock was not right. So it went with a jock which is from gate number 11, but the decisions were right on this horse. But apparently when you look at 0 cannot win, 0 cannot win, 141 at 394 was too heavy, and the jock was a misfit. And here nobody actually thought about this, but that thing went through. So what I'm trying to say is that when at this level, that pressure basically is a trouble. Is a trouble. It is a liability. So Zahara is on this. Ideally, it should work. But few well-known problems with Zahara is this, that Zahara is a pressure jock, which means he is very good when there is pressure, which actually quantifies. But that also means that he is going to rave this horse. But now this horse is going to run 1600 meter with that pressure. If Zahara raves it, it is upside down. It will put all its leg up in the air. And then everything is going to go nuts. So we'll see how that works. The 5 definitely is something that I like. We'll see how that works. I'll keep it open and be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis.
I just want
This live stream
feedback
is a
if,
purely educational and
you would like me
informational
to talk about
broadcast.
the negatives,
Our focus
because,
is on the academic exploration
I think,
of handicapping methodologies,
in this
statistical
channel,
data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially,
my
our
mind
analytical
and,
framework does not assess the probability
I
of
know
winning.
this data
Instead,
because
our entire focus is on
made this
identifying
data.
and
So
evaluating
when I
the
explain
potential
the
for
data,
financial
it is my
loss and the
responsibility
inherent risks
that I
associated
have
with each
assumed
variable.
that,
This is
you
an
know,
intellectual
I must
simulation
talk about
designed
the
to teach a disciplined, risk-first
negatives. The
approach to
positives,
analyzing the
anybody
science
can
of horse
find.
racing.
The
The
positives are
live
there.
format of this stream is essential to
positives
this
are
analytical
basically,
mission.
the odds.
A spreadsheet alone
The
provides
entire
only a
world
static,
thinks how it is going to
quantitative
be.
snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk
But my
assessment requires the inclusion of
thing
dynamic,
is,
real-time
in my
variables.
data,
These include
would
qualitative
like to,
observations from the paddock,
I
the
would
physical
like to
condition
talk-
and behavior of the
I like
horses,
to talk about the
last-minute changes
negatives
in
that
weather and
might
ground
happen.
conditions,
So,
and the strategic decisions
if you would
made by
like me to
jockeys
talk
during the
about the
race.
negatives, I
Therefore,
will.
the use
But
of a
if you
live race feed
wouldn't
is for the
want
strict
that,
purpose
then I
of data
won't.
collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or
mean,
participation in
the thing
online
is,
money games,
uh,
which may be
this
prohibited by your
channel
local
was-
laws. Any analysis is a theoretical
the
exercise
understanding
and must
of
not
this
be
channel is
interpreted
this,
as a
that
recommendation
I've
to
seen
place
a
a
lot
bet.
of people
3. Strictly
suffering
independent,
because
supported
the
by
sports
viewers.
is so
The host of
sticky
this
and
channel is
addictive,
fully independent.
and
We have
they
no
keep
affiliation,
making the same
partnership, or
mistakes
financial
that they
relationship
shouldn't
with
be.
any bookmaker, wagering platform,
And
or any other
it gives
entity in the
you-
gaming
I mean,
industry.
it gives all of
Our
us a
analysis
very,
and
very
content are
clear
not
idea
sponsored or
of
influenced by
what
any
are the
outside entity.
possibilities.
This channel is
Whether
made possible through the
personally
voluntary
that
support of our
works,
viewers via YouTube's
that's a
official
different
features,
argument.
super chat, etc.
But at
All
least
contributions
this
support our educational mission,
data gives
and our
us an
content
idea
will always
why
remain
it
free
happened,
and accessible.
what happened
4.
there in this race,
Community code of conduct.
what happened in
Fostering
this race,
analytical
what will
discussion.
happen here in this
We
race.
encourage
It
an
will give you
intelligent
a
discussion
clear
focused on the
picture
science of
what
racing.
has happened.
Encouraged.
It'll give you a clear
Sharing your
picture,
thoughts and analysis
and
on the race or any horse.
that's exactly
focusing
what I
on data,
try and
strategy,
explain.
or observed
And
risks.
if that's,
Prohibited. Discussing personal bets,
something
encouraging
that
others to
brings
bet,
in the
requesting
negativities,
tips, or
you know,
sharing
the
links to
negatives
wagering
which are
sites.
there.
Violation
And
of
there are
these rules
negatives.
will
That's
result
why
in
things
comment
go
deletion
wrong.
and a potential
So
ban.
if we don't talk
5.
about the negatives,
Viewer
it's
responsibility, legal compliance.
it's okay, I will
You,
not,
the viewer,
but
are solely responsible for your own actions and
then
for
it is as
understanding
good
and
as
complying with
you-
all
you
laws in
taking
your
a look at-
jurisdiction.
you're
This
taking a
channel
look
and
at
its
the
host
odds
assume
only. This
absolutely
data
no
will
liability for
not
any
make
financial
sense for you.
losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
I mean, decisions are all personal. Whether you are wagering or you're making an investment, that's all personal. But that's a personal decision that you're taking. What we do here on this particular channel is understand the exposure that you are about to take on your asset. Then it's you who's taking that exposure. Nobody can stop you, nobody can make you do anything, but it's your own decision. We've got 6 minutes to go for Caulfield Heath. Let's take a look at the thing once again.
Way Gator's got a hoof right on the till.
Yeah, I quite like her here. Certainly is, against this favourite. She was very good. First up at Tatura with her big weight. Then went to Mornington, pipped right on the line by Nana. Third horse was Bonfet, who went to Flemington and ran enormous in a much better race than this. Gets Mark Zara taking over. I think A2's the danger. Just held his ground last time in the Batman Stakes. It was a listed race. And he was near the speed. It was mostly dominated.
Right now, 8 is the favorite.
If you weren't driving swooping, Blue Cowboy, big tick driver. I think it's a big improver here. And Island Boy and Miss Castelvecchio, they're next and in the mix, but happy with 6 and 4 mainly.
Late with the bookies is Miss Castelvecchio, 420 into 350 is best back. Blue Cowboy, the toppy, is 550 into $4.80. On Broadway sandwich between the two, 360 to 390. Island Boy, 550 out to 6 back to 550, the only other little nibble. Best back, Miss Castelvecchio against Wickers first time. She's been freshened and back to the packet of jump outs, Gator.
Yeah, she's come back well. I like the way she found the line fresh behind Empire of Pain. That horse went to Flemington and ran well also. This girl just never sighted really Ballarat last time, and I'm happy to forgive that. Down in the weights here, with 53.5, she is dangerous.
The best back's been at the toppy, Blue Cowboy, also in your mix, and faded from on speed on a heavy 9 last time out, back to top of the ground racing today.
Yeah, was he knocked up badly, didn't he, on the heavy? I don't think they'll try that again. His previous run as sales was a maiden win, and likes the effort to chase down Racy Casey there, so I'm expecting much better than one.
And you're on top of her on Broadway, basically a consistent early record.
Yeah, she's going really well, and she's not a star, but she's only in a class 1, and I think she'll run a great race for us here.
Let's get them out ahead of the second. The field set like a wrecking ball is bouncing about in the middle. One of the jockeys contributing to the swear jar there. They're set, and away they go. And a pretty good line too. An A2 towards the inside, jumped away well, with also on Broadway, who's going to lead it early. Blue Cowboy is pushing up the outside, and Island Boy is behind those horses. Then came Cash Converter like a wrecking ball, and last is Miss Castelvecchio. As they climb towards the 1,300 metres, on Broadway is the leader from Blue Cowboy. And they're getting along a little now as they reach the 1150, as Blue Cowboy is going to take it up from on Broadway, and they stretch out about 4 lengths to A2, and then came Island Boy, 2 lengths Cash Converter, like a wrecking ball.
Zara is doing good on that horse.
Blue
He's not raving it.
Supporters to the side of the course at the 850, had a good buffer, about 2 1/4 in front of.
Tuna, welcome back. Zara is good on that horse.
Miss Castelvecchio, Blue Cowboy, as they reach the 700.
Tuna, let's go 4.
Fill the lungs up a little. A length and a quarter to getting closer on Broadway, and they're 2 lengths in front of Island Boy at the 500. A2 next on the inside as they quicken up again. 2 further back as Cash Converter, Miss Castelvecchio, and dropping away like a wrecking ball. 400 metres to go, they run the corner. Blue Cowboy tapped along with on Broadway throwing out a challenge. Here's Island Boy on the outside, followed by A2 who battles on, and Cash Converter. Blue Cowboy at the 200. On Broadway's digging in for the fight. Island Boy and Cash Converter to the outside. Miss Castelvecchio deeper. On Broadway, 50 metres to go. Takes the lead on Broadway. Will get in. On Broadway's lap from Blue Cowboy, Cash Converter, Island Boy, Miss Castelvecchio. They were followed by A2 behind those, and like a wrecking ball at the end. On Broadway for Mark Zara, pays $4 and $1.90 and beats the toppy into second.
6125, I think.
Looks like 2's run third, just ahead of the 5. Looks like 6125 most probable numbers. Second win at start number 8 for your top pick on Broadway, Gator.
6125.
She had a good trial, didn't she? But
Zara did good on that horse.
Blue Cowboy ran along, didn't they? Sort of 500 from home. So my first reaction is, I think those behind had their chance, and she was a bit too good. Blanket finished behind.
1 will run second. It'll be 6-1, probably 2 ahead of 5. We'll clean it up right after this, Sky One.
So what happened? 6 went through. That was difficult. The 1 with that came through. 6 1, then 2 5. Zahra did good. He was not raving. He was not raving. My apprehension was that if he raves, then what happens? 1. We'll go to the next, which is here. 3. 7 6 10 and 3. The numbers look right. 7 should win. Again, that's the linear, but the 0 probably will not win. Plus it is from gate number 7. So here, like we've seen, those gates don't work. It's a 1500 meter maiden. So that is difficult. So that's not happening. Then this is from gate number 5, but their management is very bad. And then this one is gate number 6, and this is gate number 2. So that's the first and the second linear. Whether that will come together is a thing that we cannot assess at this point of time. But if we look at the numbers now, what happened here was this was in the hand of Zahara, and that went through. 8 definitely did not win. The difficulty is very high, plus the gate number was problem. 5 also did not get there. The 1, which was with a very good jock with the highest advantage, went through with the gate number 6. So here, that 5 is a check. It is from gate number 8. But if we look at how the handicapping on the jocks are, so that is from gate number 7. This is gate number 8. This is gate number 4, which is there, and 3 is with a bad management. So out of all this, see, the 4 is EW anyway. Okay, the 4 is EW anyway. So how things might work here? How things might work here is this. There are 2 possibilities that will happen. One is this, that if this is a pressure, there is a pressure line up here, definitely 111 on this. 111, 121. So this is with that jock, okay? This is with that jock. This jock is not rightly handicapped. That's the red flag. Here we knew Zahara, okay? That is okay. Zahara is always handicapped like that, but here it is a clear one that he's the highest. So that's, with that horse is a mismatch in itself. That horse with that thing is a mismatch in itself. So 10 probably from gate number 7, 0 pressure will not work, plus the thing is huge. That's something which is there. 6 from gate number 2 is with a better jockey, but it also drops, and when it drops, then Seven should win. Seven should win because this one is like that, and that generally doesn't happen. Here, this thing came in third. The one came in with that advantage, with that jockey. Here, seven. This is okay. Six. This is six. So that was okay. This advantage is lesser than this. So that 4 is a check. 7 is good. I mean, the 4 is anyway an EW. There, the jockey is also okay. But the jockey on 7 is questionable. Now, what can happen? What might happen here? I don't know. We'll figure it out after the races. The 7 is the favorite. It is the linear. Numbers shows that 7 should win. The problem is the jock. Zahara was not the highest. Okay, Zahara was out of this the lowest, and then the pressure jocks were there. This is the highest. Let's see how it works. The 7 is the favorite. The 4 definitely is there. From gate number 6, we've had this. From gate number 6, that was negative 26. There was a brilliant jock. It was not needed on that horse, but that from gate number 6, that pressure delivered. So here it is just double that pressure. Relaxation should work because the 3, which is from gate number 5, is 57-60% on downdrift. This is okay. 10 is a very far-fetched story. The difficulty is huge, plus it is 0. Maybe after that, maybe 7, 6, 10. And then what happens to 2? 47. 7 looks good. 47 is 49. That is 49. 49 with advantage. 49, then 54. This guy comes up. I don't know if that'll be the third position, which looks like they are there. This guy is there in the game, but how? We'll see. But the primary question is whether 7 will win. We'll see that. So we were working on this, that which pressure works from which gate, and right now it probably is too early for taking this in consideration. It is still to be refined, the quant, this particular channel, both of them in fact. So we're going to take and today is not also the right day. This has to be matched with the races that we do at Randwick and Flemington, where we can figure out how this is loading up against the facts, the results. So what is quant is basically, there's a pressure on this horse. Now, how the pressure is calculated, it is exactly the same way how the weights are calculated on a distance. So 5 meters interval. So that's like, if you have a horse with let's say 56 kilograms, you put 56 divided by the distance by 5 meters. So you see how the increment is. All right, that is how the weight has been calculated on the horses. That's the general procedure. That's what I have seen. I am not a handicapper. I do not handicap horses in race courses. I do data science and mathematics, and we've done 10,000 plus races. So what they do is basically this, that if you have a weight which is 56, then you understand that 56 is going to be carried out at what distance? 1200 meters, let's say. So that's 1200 meters. It is going to carry 56. So you divide 1200 meter by 56, and then whatever number you get, you use that at 5 meters interval. That means you need to divide 1200 divided by 5, 240 times. Okay, so that's what I do. That's how I got the rest of the numbers. So it's after the interval of 5 meters. So if there is a peak, there is a lag. That means if there is a pressure, there is a burnout. Okay. If there's a pressure, there's a burnout. At what distance it is going to get burnt out, and why it will be burnt out. And that's where the question comes, whether it is going to get raved. If it gets raved, then it will get burnt out. But here 6 was being ridden very nicely by Zahara. He was not raving it. He just kept quiet till the last 400 meters, and then at 400 meters, last bend, he pressed the button on this horse. It won, but it won with difficulty. Here, that 7 is again a linear with a 30%. Here, it is showing 60. It's at 27. It is not the best horse. The best is 10, which is at 0. It probably cannot win with that pressure. That generally doesn't happen. Plus it is from gate number 7. The best chances in this thing is probably 3, but they are 57-60% bleeding. So that is an issue with the management. The 7 is the linear, but the jockey is an issue here. With that pressure, the jockey is an issue. So what should not happen? He should not be raving this horse. This horse cannot be raved with that pressure. It needs to be ridden like Zahara, what he did here. All right, you can't rave this horse because this is on the same bench line. All right, that was 37. This is 30. It is 100 and 111 here. Here the thing was actually less, and here it increased. The mismatch is the jockey. If he raves this horse, then it'll be a problem. But it looks like it's a dedicated jock, and that's the best hand. We can just hope that he doesn't do that, and it'll be all good. And it'll be all good. This one is a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 8. It's not in a shape, but has a brilliant jock on this. So probably that's something that they're trying very desperately, because they are also at 40% bleeding. So that probably is not a great idea. It's a very, very slim chance, but it is still a chance. It's a very slim chance because of the jock. There's nothing but the jock. There's nothing but the jock. That's the problem. Tuna, you had 4 on that one. Let's take a look at the 4. We've got some time. It's not that you're going to start immediately. 4 was the 3-year-old gelding. Yeah, so that was running neutral. That's the first thing to start with. That was the first one to start with. Both of them were running neutral, and they did not get anywhere. 6, 1, 2, 5, 3 and 4. They were both running neutrals. Neutrals are very dicey animals, Tuna. I still haven't got any clue when they win and when they don't, but I know when everything goes upside down. If you look at it, if you look at a race which is no, so you're right. I mean, that's actually a good thought. But here is the thing, Tuna. The problem is, let's say you're talking about a race that happened two weeks ago at Flemington. All right. Now, whatever happened at that race is a reflection here. It doesn't matter where they have raced. All right. It doesn't matter where they have raced. Now, how that works basically is that there is a pressure which is there, and there is a pressure difference. Here are the things. All right, the pressure and a pressure difference, expected difference. So what happens basically is when generally when we look at a horse, the thing is we look at the past performance, but that past performance is with the horses which were present in that past race. This is a new story. This is a new story. So where the problem is? The problem is that the pressure is not like something which is giving it advantage from any side. It is not a negative leverage. I'm sorry, it is not an advantage, or it is not a pressure. It is something in between. Those things can work, but for that, you have to have a very high rating, a very high FR here, and you cannot be neutral. Those things happened. We've seen those 8%, 9%. Those things happened. 8%, 6%, 3%. 3% got in. Why? Because there was a low one, and this was anyway the second linear. So if we take this one, then the obvious one which is in between is this one. So that's that part of the story. So things open up after you have raced it, and now things look very clear. So this is the first linear, this is the second linear, and then there was an advantage which is the highest that went through. The question is whether that will come from gate number 6 will be able to deliver. Yeah, it did. And the 5, which actually had the brilliant chance today to do this rightly, did not do it, could not do it because of some mismanagement that they have done. Also, if we look at the pressure value from the gates, all right, pressure value on the weight, so they are all the same. This one is a 48, this one is a 48 as well. And right now we can see that this is a much lower pressure. But how long that will survive? I mean, from gate number 3 it should have worked, but that did not work. From gate number 6 it went through with the higher advantage, and then came the 2. And from gate number 3 he just sat there laying eggs, did not do anything. But that's something that has happened. I mean, these two, that was from gate number 8, it did not work. The difficulty was huge, and here it is the same, just did not work on that 5. So when you look at it after the races, whatever we are discussing, if we had spoken like this, then we could have gotten a much clearer picture. Here the point is that 7 is the favorite. The only problem with this 7 is this jock. You rave it and you're up and done. So what we are, you know, the entire risk is on the decision of this gentleman who is here, because the horse itself cannot do anything because it is not one of the highest FR. It is under pressure. The management is okay, and it is holding the highest pressure line here. That's these two, and then definitely the 4 from gate number 6 that happened. But the question still is whether 7 will be able to deliver, and because I mean, honestly speaking, I'm very scared of that 3. They are like that. I just hope that they stay like that. I mean, there's no way, there's no point talking about anything. Even if they win, they win. But investing on them is a bad idea on 3. That's definitely not the thing to go for. So we are safe from the 10, probably because it is from gate number 7 with a 0. 3, we are safe because that is a bad management. The 7, we are okay to accept that little risk here with the jock, provided that he doesn't do anything funny. And the 6 is anyway the second linear. This one is also bleeding. That's the 10. The 10 is good, but it should not have been on 0. All right, a 0 pressure is not great. I don't know if you remember, but at least I don't remember when a 0 actually won last time. I actually don't remember when a 0 actually won last time, because a 0 pressure means that it doesn't have the momentum at the last 400 meter. It doesn't matter how good rated you are and all that. For this to do anything good, everything else has to go upside down. It is same like the neutrals, you know. For the neutrals to win, everything else has to go upside down. For the 0 to win, everything else has to go upside down. I mean, this guy has to go wrong with his decision. The 4 has to go bad, wrong. The 6 has to go bad. If all that happens, if all of them are like, you know, done with their bad decisions, then probably a 0 or a neutral.
See, it's into 320. She's been close up all 3 of her career starts so far.
Yeah, look, I think a few of these are better than maiden grade, and by a fair way. And they're at the top of the market. Look at the gap back to 4th on that market on your Sky tab screen. I've just leaned to Cooley. I thought about Pakenham second start. She was excellent. Back wide. I thought she's looking for further. They say it's 1200. She ran into a good one in Royal Flame. Now gets to 1500. So I say, just land that way. Wolf of Fitzroy Street Stable was very good. Found trouble early, started favoured there. Tough track to come from second last to the Chuka. He made up a lot of ground. He can set a policy from that inside draw out to 1500. And the other one's Marine Express. He's yet to see a dry track, but it's tried well on dry ground. David was out of a really good male filly back then, and then went to Geelong and ran another great race. So, hey, look, the main one's wild. It was 10, 6, 7, 3.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Marine Empress for Graham B. Jordan Charles, 230 to 250, back into $2.25. Cooley, Gated Stock Pick, best back to beat at $3.70 into $3.20. Wolf of Fitzroy Street, $2.90 into $3.20, and the remaining 3 are at big odds. So Marine Empress and Cooley, the 2 best backs here, quite clearly, Gator.
It'll be interesting. Marine Impress draws in and Cooley draws a little awkwardly. Like some scratchings have helped her. She's 4th up and Marine Empress 1st up. I just wonder if it comes down to a game of inches, that might be the difference, but we'll soon know.
Here's Matt for the 3rd. 1,500 metres on the Caulfield Heath. They're ready and away they go. And Marine Empress from barrier number 1 began cleanly. Kerwin's Bridge from the outside is going to be restrained back to the tail. Banshee is pushing forward with Cooley. They were followed by Wolf of Fitzroy Street, who's 4th one off the fence at the moment. 2 further back in the field is Harry Devil, and at the tail settling down up the hill is Kerwin's Bridge. So 11.50.
He's good on the 7.
Second is Cooley.
The guy is okay. He's doing okay. He's okay on the 7.
Bridge second last.
He's okay on the 7.
The field towards the side of the course with 900 metres to go. The leader is out in front by a decent buffer here at the moment. Banshee about a length and a quarter to Cooley second. 2 lengths Marine Empress third, the inside of Wolf of Fitzroy Street. A length and a quarter Kerwin's Bridge, and last of all the outside is Harry Devil. So they have settled it somewhat. 600 metres to go. Banshee striding out for fun, a length and a quarter in front of Cooley. Wolf of Fitzroy Street getting a little bit closer, 2 lengths off the lead and now clicked up 3 wide. Marine Empress needing a run behind them, followed by Kerwin's Bridge, and at the tail Harry Devil into the straight. Banshee.
Don't get stuck, Eddie, run.
250. Marine Empress needs a run. Wolf of Fitzroy Street still there the outside, but Cooley accelerated towards the 100 metres. Cooley put up a length and 3/4. Marine Empress getting out, but it might be too late. It will look double Cooley. Cooley won it from Marine Empress.
10, 10.75.
Next Harry Devil, and last of all Kerwin's Bridge.
So he was riding okay, but he got stuck in the traffic.
$2, and first win comes at start number 4 by the filly by Cool as a Beal, Gator.
Yeah, first 3 look pretty handy. Just sort of said pre-race. So she was able to get control of that race, looked a moderate speed on paper. Sprinted nicely and just caught the other 2, or put a length on them. And that was enough as she ran to the line, 4th run in. Second and third to win their share of races, though.
So it's 10, 7, 6 and 3 to race number 3.
10, 7,
8
6
midweek
and 3.
for Canterbury. So we chuck off to a break on Sky Racing 1. Well,
so what happened here is the 10 won. Why? Because the 7 got stuck. That's the first thing. Second thing was the jockey. 10, 7, 6, and 3. They're kind of bad anyway. The 4 did not get there. 23, 23, 8, job, 7, 25. So the problem was here with the jock and he getting stuck in the traffic. He was doing well. He was doing well, but in the bargain of doing well, what he got himself into is getting stuck behind these horses that will not win. And the 10 went through. The 10 was also doing well. We'll go to the next. Four is scratched. 6, 1, 2, 3. Right, so there's nothing like an advantage here. There's nothing like an advantage, but the odds are right. So this is the highest, this is the lowest. Then it went to this one, and then this one that they have taken. They are not talking about 7, which is the heaviest horse, but let's understand this. All that is great. That's one way of looking at it. The second thing is they are all same sex, same age. That's a Victoria special that they do. Things go wrong in this one. And the plus side is that if there is a pressure, there is a jock to handle this, which is very good. That's the first thing which is there. The second thing which is good is it is one of the highest rated, but so is this one, which is without any pressure from gate number 1, approximately 9%, which is that. And then the odds are like the odds. Okay, so the odds are right. We know how they are right. High pressure, low pressure, high pressure, low pressure. So that's the arrangement. Here the 7 should have won, but the jockey was like that. 10 won. We thought 10 will not win, but things absolutely went wrong with the rest of the people. This guy got stuck in the traffic because he cannot move this horse. That's the problem. He cannot move this horse. That is the problem. But here, that's not the same thing. It is the best jock here on this race. Best, as in he's handicapped the best way. So 6 is the favorite because of the jock. The numbers are right. Should win. But we know how this plays. Whenever there is a same sex, same age, it'll play very differently, and it plays. So what is this one? This is a benchmark 70. So benchmark 70. This is the second linear, this is the first linear, all right? Ideally, the pressure should have been more on this horse, but this probably is also not doing well. Now, how bad this thing can go? Very bad, actually, because I don't have a clue how this thing will work. The same sex, same age, and how that 7 is going to deal with this. That's the heaviest. The 7. Here, this was the heaviest. It went through. Right, 0 pressure, it went through. It was also the highest rated. This is also the heaviest, one of the highest rated. Wow, no pressure on this horse. The difficulty is huge. Here, the difficulty is even higher because of the pressure that it is carrying. So yeah, things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. Especially because it's a same sex, same age. They're almost same. These are 6-year-old mares, and this is a 4-year-old mare. That just is very dangerous on its own. A 48, it was a 51, 49, 0. I don't know. Let's see how it works. 6 is the favorite. There are a lot of plus sides on 6. There are a lot of plus sides on 6. It's got a relaxation. It's got everything. It's got everything. It's got a good jock. Here the jock was missing, but here there is a jock. But then again, the thing is, if we look at look at this one, right here, the 6 won because Zahara was on this horse, but that was not a very nice win. It was win by a nose at a 37.90. Here it is a 55 138 and a 6-year-old mare. We'll see how that works. It'll take about 9-10 minutes for Caulfield Heath. Dows, I missed you. Welcome back, Dows. One is like this. 6-year-old mare, class from gate number 7 at a benchmark 70. It has low pressure. I mean, the odds are right because we don't have an advantage. So that's the low pressure. But it is from gate number 7. But it is from gate number 7. And that they're all 6 here. This one is from gate number 2. 7, 9, 4. This is 3. Let's see how it works. The 2 is the linear, but the pressure falls and the pressure falls here. It is dicey. It is, the 2 is dicey. The 6 fits the bill. All right, the 6 fits the bill, but generally when it is same sex, same age, all this will go out of the window. So generally it is a low pressure that works. Generally, which is a low pressure that works. The 6 has a leverage. It is good. There is a jock. All that is good. But when it is the same sex, same age, it is a troublemaker. That thing is a troublemaker. Plus, it is not able to find the balance here also. It was not able to find the balance here also. It is not able to find the balance that's there. Here it was a beautifully balanced one. Here it is, when I mean that doesn't generally happen. Why? Because so this is the body, I mean body weight we call it, but this is body balance. All right, so when there is a body balance, this is where we find the balance as well. But this also contradicts in a major way. So I'm trying to remove this column, but I just keep it because it gives me a little bit of idea of what's going on. So like here in this case, the balance is, so when we look at the torque, all right, there's a torque, there's a pressure, there's a handicapping scale, all that is there. All right, so when we look at the torque, here is the torque. This is the torque, the top torques. Now the top torques, then it validates with the body balance, and then we get the balance. So if the balance is not on the higher side, that also is an issue. So the 6 is good. I'm not saying the 6 is bad, but this is an all mare, same sex, same age. We'll see how this thing works. I mean, to be very honest, this is not the place where we can validate each and every data point, because the data points are a lot more accurate when we are at a track which is like a Flemington or Randwick. Here on a Wednesday on a track which is like this, it is not at the highest delivery mode. This is because the horses are like that. So here the 7 was linear, should have gone through, but there was a jockey, there was a slim chance. But you need to look at each and everything. So there was a slim chance, but this guy lost it. Why? Because there was a talk on this thing also, and it was better balanced than this one. Okay. Here, that's not the same thing.
Went straight to a 64 and won again. Then was beaten on a wet track and spell.
It's not the same thing. It's carrying a lot of pressure. It's from gate number 6 anyway. That's a dicey proposition. I mean, I am way more confident on horses above 78 benchmark. I'm way more confident on those horses rather than 70, 66, 65. Things are prone to go wrong there. I mean, you are basically dealing with a, you're basically dealing with a meme coin which is developed by someone in his toilet. It's a very low cap market. Penny stock, like this, like they say in that movie, penny stocks. We're dealing with penny stocks.
1,000-meter dash.
So you understand the risk on the penny stocks. What can happen?
Probably beat them out marginally. Grouse Mountain began quickly, with also Innocent Enough between horses. So after 150, Innocent Enough is going to lead Felita. Edges and a length and a quarter away behind him, followed by Grouse Mountain. Mornikia missed the inside. Cavallo Ramponte just outsped deeper, so goes back to the end of the field. Innocent Enough the leader. 600 metres to go. 3/4 Felita. 2.5 Grouse Mountain. Edgerton 3 wide. Mornikia missed fifth offence. Cavallo Ramponte last of the 6 as they dash around the corner. 400 to go. Innocent Enough held together from Felita. Grouse Mountain 2 lengths off the lead. Mornikia missed behind them. Now Edgerton brought towards the middle of the course. What's it got as they reach the 200? Innocent Enough Felita there together with Grouse Mountain. Edgerton not quite getting there yet. Mornikia missed behind those. Grouse Mountain up to Innocent Enough. Innocent Enough and Grouse Mountain ahead. Bob Bingo. Oh, it's on the knob there.
2 and 5.
Bob Innocent Enough or Grouse Mountain and Felita. Edgerton, Mornikia miss, Cavallo Ramponte. So.
5 to 3, I think.
Up the inside, Grouse Mountain.
5 to 3, I think.
The outside Grouse Mountain puts in a lunge and makes this really close. This is really tight. Grouse Mountain, the outside, coming at Innocent Enough with a lunge on the line. And oh, it's so tight on the post. So tight on the posts. It's very, very close indeed with Felita behind those. We stand by. We stand by for the numbers here. It's resting between 5 Innocent Enough and 2 Grouse Mountain in no particular order, with Innocent Enough trying to stave off Grouse Mountain under the urgings of Ryan Houston, Grouse Mountain, Logan Bates, a couple of the young bucks here in the Melbourne jockey scene fighting this one out. But I can tell you, with the technology we have nowadays and our judges who are absolute experts in town, usually the photo number goes up pretty quickly. So this is obviously very, very close to a dead heat. So a photo finish to this fourth event. Grouse Mountain for trainer Gavin Benchgood, Innocent Enough for Logan McGill. And having a look at the slow-mo, it's very hard to pick one here. If it was on the main track, the outside would get the verdict with the angle. So we stand by. Photo's been revealed. The judge's verdict will be revealed in a moment.
5.
After the fourth event, the Tobin brothers.
It's a tiny hairline.
Between them, number 3.
It's a tiny hairline between 5.
For the numbers, and Innocent Enough has got there.
5.
Number 5, Innocent Enough, has won it by a short half wart. There's very little in it, but number 5, Innocent Enough, Ryan Houston, has won.
So now you see what is happening is this, that So firstly, that was a very good hand. That's the first thing, the 5, okay? That was a very good hand. There was a talk on this and there was a balance on this. All right? That's like all that which is there. The 6 was a little, I mean, a little too much expectation out of that 6. Why? Because I mean, look at the other horses. It is pushed to 155 by 138. That is a bad idea. That is a bad idea in itself. If we look at the DICR, through the DICR also it is showing a little less here, 5 and 2. That was the linear, 5 and 2, 3.55. This one was from gate number 7, not happening. This was a little too much, that's all. This was a little too much for this horse from gate number 6, 6-year-old mare. So this was 158 here with this, but it lost the balance here. This, but not that this is always accurate. This thing is not. I'm trying to remove this column because this is not. This is a little complicated. So, but I still can. I tried a lot of times to remove this, but every time I brought it back. But that's what the thing is. It gives me a little bit of support, but that's it. I mean, though the jock was there, it came in 4th. Why? Because that pressure from gate number 6 on a 6-year-old mare is a little too much. The 2 was from gate number 2, much lesser. Was not in a shape. Was not in a shape. All right. That thing has lost. They all lost, and all that has happened. But went through. That's the linear. The jock was there. That is okay. 5, 2, 3, and 6. 3 is this one, and 6. That happened. We'll go to the 5th one. Two has been scratched. Three, 5, 4, 7. I mean, tell me, do you think it'll work? That's 141 by 44 at a benchmark 66 on a 1000 meter. Gate number 7, look at the jock. Do you think that'll work? Five. Five won. 5, 2, 3, 6. 5 won. Five won. But do you see what's going on with the 3? Do you think the 3 is going to win? The management is bleeding at 60%. The jock is like that. They're going to run 1,000 meters. How will it win? I'm not going to say anything. Let's see what do we get. I'm not going to say anything. I mean, do you think that the 3 is going to win? The 3 is the favorite. It's a benchmark 66. That gentleman has been winning races after races. That's true. That is true. He's been winning races after races. But do you think he's going to win here today? So what is he going to deal with? Let's understand that. What is he going to deal with? So far he has won, right? So far he has won, and we can see that. That's why there's a pressure build up. 141 by 444. The jockey handicapping is like that. Okay. You know, what do you think? Dows. What do you think? I don't know how he was handicapped in the other races, but today he's the highest. Yeah, that all that is reflecting. It was a good run. That's why the pressure is there. It was a good run for all three races. It was fantastic from gate number 7. If this pressure is there, it is nothing, but it is also a benchmark 66. So if he's that good, why is he a benchmark 66? If the horse is that good, then why at benchmark 66? 141 by 444. This thing should have jumped up to, benchmark 80 plus. What is it doing here at benchmark 66? Is it trying to play smart that I am a great horse and I'm going to play with other horses which are not as great as me? Is that the strategy? Is that the strategy? Because if it is this good, this should be automatically gone to a benchmark 80-85. All right, 141, at least a benchmark 78 for God's sake. What is it doing at benchmark 66? The numbers are great. The numbers are great. Three and small one for 4. Okay. The 3 has been winning back to back, back to back. Same jock. But today he's been handicapped like that, with that kind of a pressure. I'm going to keep this thing open. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Be back right away. We still have about 10 minutes to go. All right, I'm back. Tuna between 4 and a 1. One is from gate number 8. Number wise, 4 looks better than 3. The 32 at 141 by 444. This, in comparison to that, has nothing. Three looks too strong.
I think a couple of those have been pretty short in this field. So, look, we've lost a bit of value out with the key scratching of skipjack, but happy with Misty Legend on top. Hustle and Heels does look a danger. It was a really nice return win.
We just lost our audio to Gabe there while he was mid-sentence with apologies, but it's 4 to beat 5 and 3 with a late scratching of skipjack. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Your two vein, the favourite has been best fact, $2.40 into $1.90, so it's quite popular. Hustle in Heels, $2.70 out to $3.40, sitting on the second line. Misty Legend, the value play for Gator, is 6 out to $7.50, fully calculated $11 into $10, and Condor number 1 is into $13 or $15. Smart Little Miss 17.18, and White Bear is 19 back into $18. Hopefully we've got Gator back here. Your two vein, really popular as best fact. Likely race 4-year-old, unbeaten through 3 career starts. Gator?
Yeah, I think he is going to be hard to beat. I mean, he hasn't tasted defeat yet. He did a good job first up, but it's hard to line up that form. From Corey, you've got the clock, I guess, but
7.
He did do it with a bit of weight, 61.5. So I think he measures up.
7 is a low pressure,
Himself at the level of a couple of others, but that's the upside.
but in that case, the 8 gets into picture anyway.
Spree, and he cost them $8,000. It's won 2 or 4.
Yeah, was unlucky desperately in one of the misses. They're behind Harry's Yacht, who's no slouch. So there's something to be excited about. She's drawn for a good trial. She may even lead this outright. And he's certainly a key winning hope in the court.
3 is getting a lot of money. There's a lot of reason for that. Dow's, it has been winning back to back. But the question is, if it is that good, right now it is getting tailed. That's the first thing. But the bigger question is this, that if it is that good and has been winning with that kind of a pressure model, why is it here on a benchmark 66 or whatever that is? 66. There could be a strategy that it is racing only against weaker horses. That could be a strategy. The second thing is, which could be the genuine thing, is this, that it has been winning in a kind of an arrangement which is questionable.
Look, just depends how skinny you think the odds should be.
We're at the halfway point of Caulfield today. What's your read on this track? It's been fair from the outset, hasn't it? Since they first opened at the Heath track.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been terrific. Certainly last week off the break, track played really well. Rail 2 minutes.
So it is going to be a bad judgment made on the 3, even if the 3 loses today, because it is getting tailed. So there's no clarity on 3.
So late scratching here, skipjack 9 cents win and place.
There's no clarity on 3. Let's say the 3 loses. 367.
Before they jump, they're being called forward now.
367 meters.
Hills joins them, and also Misty Legend.
Even if that 3 loses today, we still will not be able to get a right picture on the 3 because it is getting tailed.
Down the railway side, not so much of a hit, we're getting more basically across their bodies in the straight. Fully calculated, comes up with also Smart Little Miss. This fifth event on the Heath is the sports bet fixed odds over 1,000 metres. So just about ready as Condor is being brought forward. White Bear goes in. Your 2 Vein is the odds-on favourite. The field set. Ready, and they're racing at the 1,000 metres. If anything, Your 2 Vein was probably the slowest away and starts to muster. Condor out wide is going to sweep across the face of the field. From Hustling Heels the inside, and also Your 2 Vein is going to push up wider, showing some speed now. They're 2 lengths White Bear, fully calculated. Second last, Misty Legend. And at the tail of the field, Smart Little Miss. Condor at the 600 metres, and neck to Your 2 Vein. 2 further back in third, Hustling Heels, a length fully calculated White Bear. Then came Misty Legend, last Smart Little Miss. 400 to go. Condor about a neck in front of the well-supported Your 2 Vein. Then came Hustling Heels, 3 wide, 2 off the front, but starting to come on now. Fully calculated, then White Bear, Misty Legend. Your 2 Vein went to the front. 200 to go. Hustling Heels a half, 3/4 away as Your 2 Vein extends. Your 2 Vein back for a stack, is going to win undefeated now. Your 2 Vein by
354.
The Kilmore Flyer got it done. Smart Little Miss up on the inside for third. From Misty Legend.
356.
Fully calculated. And Condor remaining undefeated, 4 starts into her career, or his career. Your 2 Vein does it again, comes to town and puts them away at $1.60 across the tote, Skoda.
Yeah, look, a really nice win. Wasn't brilliantly away, but was able to muster, sit up outside the speed and still doing things wrong. Threw the head around a little bit and sort of crabbed a fraction around the turn. He is pretty late and still dominant, so a really neat win.
Looks talented. Your 2 Vein at 3.564 should be fourth, and that launches off the main quaddy with the late scratching of the 2 Skipjack with 3 races to come. Midweek on the Heath track today from Caulfield. 7th event from Bendigo is next to some.
So the 3 win. 3 won. Right? Three, 5, 4, 3, 5, 6. A 7-year-old mare. Anyway, we'll go to the next 1800 meter. Nine has been scratched. We have scratched 9. 7654.
Tisch. Tisch. Ja. Ja.
Yeah, looks like that. It's got some league races. It's got a Group 1 race at negative 47 is an EW here. How can things go wrong? For 1800 meter, that is the lowest pressure that it is carrying. It is the heaviest horse. Okay, that is the heaviest horse. There's something that I don't understand about this horse. We'll have to. I'll try to navigate that horse. Anyway, but then this is the heaviest. This is that. Doesn't have torque. It is not supposed to have torque, but that is how it looks like. 2.5. That's the highest advantage. So yeah, why not? The one which actually has a pressure is this one, which is not in a that's the only linear. Probably will get there in some form, but doesn't look like it can win. So if it is about advantage, then that's the highest advantage. Then it is definitely here. Here it is from gate number 10, drop in class. And then it is here. This is more. 6 is more, but whether that all those things will happen, I don't know. what it's a 6-year-old gilding. This is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 7. This is a 5-year-old gilding from gate number 8. This is a 4-year-old mare from gate number 9. That is not even there within the odds. But yeah, I mean, all of them are with advantage. There's no, the only one which is there under pressure doesn't look like is going to do a lot of damage today, though it is the linear, but it is not probably in a position to do it. Multiple reasons. It's not in a great shape. 2, the jock has never raced here, at least. That's many of the things. So yeah, it looks okay. The 7 looks okay. 7 should be able to do it. Let's see how it works. Tuna, thank you so much for doing that, my friend. No problem. No problem. Seven, 6, 5. 7.
Position.
Don't waste your money. Use overlook Grandstand. This is a free up storage. Even monthly faster. Your phone is not clean for 153 days. Get your phone and put it back to being faster. And your phone has no storage space like setting it up now. You don't want this forever.
Eleven and 7. I'm looking at Canterbury. 11 is, both of them are, no, 7 is running, 11 is in. Okay, now run, baby, Levine. Oh man. Three, 5, then 11. The 5 got burnt out. Is it a 5 or a 8? I can't make out what that. 6 and 11. 8 and 11. Okay, you had to put it like that you're chasing a $40 shot. Then I would look at it in a different view. I thought you were chasing a linear, which was a favorite. Three, 6. That was a 6. It was not a 5. It was 6. That got burnt out. Got raved so heavily. Rexy, welcome back. Nick, what does your program say? Who wins at Caulfield? 7 is the favorite. That is an EW anyway. The linear, which is here, is not in a great shape. That's the highest pressure that it is carrying, and the jockey has never played here. Everything rest is either advantage or 0. So the threats that could come from any angle, they, like this one is from gate number 1, but it is a 6-year-old gelding, has a fantastic jockey, but still a 6-year-old gelding. The 7 is from gate number 3, a 4-year-old mare with, that's the highest rated, that is the highest advantage. That's what it says, Rexy. Now, where things can go wrong. And can it actually go wrong? The 2 is a threat. It is a zero pressure. They generally do not win, but that is when the linears are present and everything else has to go upside down. This one is from gate number 8, which is a 5-year-old gilding. It's a fantastic fit, but at the same time, it's got a leverage, but benchmark 66 from gate number 8 is very difficult. The closest one is probably this one. If we do not count this one, this is a negative leverage from gate number 9. So if these two are not there, the advantage is definitely higher on this one, but those are all possibilities. 3 should be able to do it. The one which is a threat, which is the 2, is from gate number 8. At a benchmark 66, I don't think those gates will work. But they are all like that. This one is a 60%. This one is at a 76%. They are like that. So this is good. I mean, why I am worried about this is generally it plays low pressure, high pressure. If that happens, then it is a high pressure, 0.
Yeah, look, she's definitely in the mix. 50p. She's first up here. She's pretty fresh. She's only got 52 kilos, and she does look the leader. So I can see why there's been a nibble there.
At longer odds, Durban Harbour is 12 out to 20 back into 19. Verifier is 21 into $19. And Fam Gordon
Right now, 6 is the favorite.
last sale when it's resumed. It's been fresh and has run 6 in the morning to jump outs subsequent to that. And the blinkers are back on today.
The gear change is significant. As is the fitness edge, improvement, if you like, and rising trip. So I'm thinking one more run, but not out of it.
And you're with Oceans Above. Craig Williams takes over from Jason Maskeel today.
Yeah, look, he does. He's obviously riding well, Craig. Jason has a great rapport with Oceans Above, but Craig Williams should be able to hopefully steer him in the clear area. That's what he needs.
Here's Matt. Goes forwards. And Verifier is the final one. The evergreen turf at 1,800 metres. Field set. They look pretty ready. Bobbing about Verifier, and they're racing at the 1,800. Verifier jumped away pretty well, but from that wide alley it's just easy. Mac Boat began quickly with Picture of a City, and also Fam Gorman. Oceans Above next on the rails as they settle. 2 big out wider, and also Durban Harbour is forcing forward. So after 250, Picture of a City is going to lead from Durban Harbour around the outside. Boat and 2 big also in the picture, and Oceans Above next on the rails. 3/4 of the length Fam Gorman, 2.5 Suntora. Towards the back rotating Soul and Verifier as they reach the 1,200 metres. Picture of a City, the leader from Durban Harbour, who's worked around them, and as a result, 2 big will get the trail. Third one off the fence outside of Oceans Above, who's getting a lovely run. A length and a half to Boat in 5th place, a length and a quarter on the fence, Suntora. Then came Fam Norman, 2 1/4 Verifier, and rotating Soul as fast as they swing to the side. Through halfway. The leader is Picture of a City. First up for Lucinda Boyd, out clear by 3/4 of the length, Durban Harbour. Oceans Above is third every chance, and fourth one off the fence, Too Big. A length and a quarter, Suntora. Now Bogue's about to get going in the live jacket. Flushes out Too Big at that stage. They were followed by Getting Around Them. Rotating Soul is now trying to come with a looper. Fam Gorman, Verify is held up at rear, but it's only 4 lengths first to last. It's on now. 400 to go. Picture of a City with Durban Harbour. Then came Too Big, who battles on. Oceans Above behind them with Bogues. Then Suntora, Rotating Soul. It's Too Big going to the lead. 200 metres to go. By a length and a quarter. Suntora out past the middle is running home. Though Suntora bounced up and raced away, and Suntora for that man Mark Zara is going to dial it down and win it about 3 weeks. Rotating Soul up a second, followed by Too Big and Bogues, and then came Fab Gorman. Next, Oceans Above, Verifier, Durban Harbour.
7-10-4.
Suntora is zooming away from Mark Zara, who collects a double and drops out of a last in the English race behind Verona Rose. Back to the midweeks. Zoom on by, Gata.
Yeah, it looked an even race on paper. It was not that. She was terrific. That leg strength was exceptional. And out to the 18.
Late strength. Where strength came in.
Suntora, much too good.
Man, that thing happened, huh? The 10 got 7, 10, 4. That 3 was not in the right shape. It was trying. It actually followed the rule book. It was raving, but it was raving with a very low pressure. That's why it went out of gas. It was raving, but it was raving with a low pressure. That was the only pressure line. That was not the threat. These two, I don't know how to talk about them, but the 10 actually got there with the negative leverage. And the 4 wanted to get through. This one from gate number 8, 0 did not work. From gate number 7, 0. One of the high pressure will get in. But this one got in. Who is going to do that anyway? But the 7 was good. We'll go to the 7th one. Six has been scratched. 2, 3, 7, and 4. Okay, so the 2 is the favorite, okay? Now 2 is an EW anyway, but here is the thing. The 2 is an EW like that, right? I kept them as EW, but they basically are the drifts, okay? They're not like these guys. They're like 3 figure. They are 4 figures, so that makes them drifts. And that 2 is the favorite. Now, what is the thing is this, that they definitely have a very good hand. There is a leverage on this horse, but the actual capability is here. What we've seen here is a 56 with the highest advantage it went through. So first of all, it's a benchmark 66. It's the same class as this one. So this probably is something that is there as an the thing. So why this 2 is a problem? Okay, let's first understand what are the problems here. So for benchmark 66, those white gates are an issue. Those white gates are an issue. Like here, this was an inner gate with that advantage it went through. The 10 came from gate number 9, which was here as a negative leverage, which is a drop in class, and a very serious drop in class. But that came in second. With a leverage from gate number 8, that thing did not get there. But from gate number 7, this one actually went through, which was a neutral. Here, this is from gate number 7. There is a fantastic jock on this, that is true. But in this case, things can go upside down. Things can go upside down. Why? Because first of all, we are dealing with all mares, almost same sex, same age. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing is this, that generally in these kind of situations, things work very differently. It's a same sex, same age. So what are the advantages on 2? Definitely the pressure model and the jockey. Plus it is an EW. Those are the advantages. Plus it has a leverage. Okay. So those are the advantages. What are the disadvantages? The first thing to do with is gate number 7. At a benchmark 66, those gate numbers are very bad. The second thing is that the leverage is on a horse which is like that. So there are better horses than that, and there's a leverage. And that leverage is coming, and that pressure model is coming from gate number 7. So So what are the possibilities that might happen? Possibilities that might happen are this, that may not work, because though it is a leverage, and that leverage is strong enough, but actually the horse itself is like that. Plus it is coming from gate number 7. There is a good jock. It is an EW. That's one way of looking at it. The second way of looking at it is this, that I understand the 7 is going very down. All right. I understand the 7 is going very down. Plus it is a 57% bleeding. So there's, not a great option. But what happens if it flips? And there is a strong chance that it can flip. There's a strong chance it can flip. There is a strong chance it can flip. Why? Because that's generally what happens. What we have seen here in this one, okay? The 6 was a favorite. With a pressure model on this, and there was a jock. It was a 6-year-old mare from gate number 6. That was an impossible task. That did not win. The one that actually won was the 5. All right. That is also a 6-year-old mare, but came from gate number 3. And we spoke about all this, that we are getting a BB on this and there is a balance, there's no balance on this. So here, to win this race, okay, with that, here what we had was a very high FR with a very strong advantage. Over a 1800 meter, it went through with that resume. It doesn't have any resume. It's a pressure model which is at 5. Here it is 15, and it has one of the best jocks here. 2 is being ridden by E. Brown. Things can go wrong, and things probably will go wrong. Things can go wrong, and things will probably go wrong. Because in the previous one, that was all 6-year-old mares. Even in that case, an inner gate with a low pressure came in. That was an inner gate. This was gate number 6 with that pressure. That was an impossible task. But here if it flips, then what happens? What are the possibilities that might happen? On the 3, we have a data loss here. I don't know what exactly is the picture here. We have a data loss that I don't know, but it's 15, 19, 8, 0. I mean, in this case, this one has more advantage because it is 0, 170. This is a 35, this is a 35. The leverage probably is a liability here. It may flip. It may flip. I don't like to get into all this races. They're same sex, same age. No matter how much you brainstorm this, it is prone to go wrong. In this case, I was still a little hopeful on the 5 while talking with Tuna. Why? Because we were not able to find a balance on this, and there was a balance on this one. It was a good hand, and that happened while talking to Tuna, because Tuna and I was talking, and that happened. So that worked for me. But the point is this: here, that's a very wide gate for that pressure. That's a very wide gate for that pressure. There's a jock. It is an EW. It is supposed to get in any form, but in this case, things could be difficult. Things could be difficult. It doesn't have the body weight to support. That's the first problem. Second problem is gate number 7. Here it had the body weight. Things worked. Here it doesn't have the body weight to support. It doesn't have. This one I understand is not there with balance. This one doesn't have torque. So this one is in anyway with that rating. Out of these two, if we talk about balance, then this one is better balanced. The 3 is better balanced, but that also makes it that is also the linear, or one of the linears. It's the second linear, but this is well balanced. And between these two horses, this is a 4 is a better horse, but it is going to run neutral. Neutral horses are also very difficult to win. This one comes from gate number 2, has a brilliant jock, has a very good jock, and it is anyway EW. The problem is the gate number 7. That pressure from gate number 7, and I seriously have no clue about that 9-year-old mare. I am hoping that it will not get anywhere, but the hope can go out of its window when things like that happen. That 6 actually got there. That's 7-year-old mare. Everybody is just hoping that it doesn't get anywhere, which looks like 90% of the possibilities are like that it is a 9-year-old mare. What will it do? But numbers are speaking differently. So I don't know. This thing is prone to go wrong. It will go wrong. I don't know. The 2 is good. It is not bad. The problem is this, that there are other horses with better numbers. It is a low pressure horse with a very good jock. All that is good comes from gate number 7. That pressure from gate number 7 is a little tricky. That's where the 4 is getting an upper hand. but 4 gets an upper hand, that is okay, but it is running neutral. I don't want to do that. I will not go with a neutral horse. So that leaves me with 3. But it is a all-mare race over 1600 meter, and that, if I have to consider, is a high-pressure horse. So I will not go with that either. So bottom line, best to watch. Three is watch Doomben. I mean, these races have flipped so many times. Even the other day, while we were racing the Saturday races, and one of the Victorian track was racing, I was constantly monitoring the all-mare races. None of the favorites actually got in. The same sex, same age races, all-mare races, they generally are a trap. They 90% of the time they never work. 90% of the time they never work. Four 13, 4 and 13, then 6 Dows. We'll get a little bit of clarity on the all-mare races if and when Flemington or Sandown, not Sandown, but probably if Flemington, when Flemington plays an all-mare race on a good ground. Oh, sorry about that, Dawes. I was looking at something else. Caulfield in 5 minutes. If and when Flemington race an all-mare on a good ground. We've had a couple of them. You were on the 3 last time. Three was 3 to 1. That's not the problem. Oh, you're talking about again 3. I know you have those things. You play. You have the number fascination. 3, 3, 3, 3. I know that. That way, yes. There's a strong chance that the 3 might just beat the 2 because one, because numerically you're most of the time right. That's one way of looking at it. The second thing is that the 2 is from gate number 7. So Maybe. But the best thing to do is, you know what? I mean, they're not worth it. My honest opinion is if you don't, if you're not racing on one of the top tracks, yes, of course. But my honest opinion is if you're not, I mean, where are you shopping? That's the first thing that you should ask yourself. You're shopping at Caulfield Heath, where all the low cap horses are here. But if you, I mean, those chances I think should be kept for the best of the tracks, where you know that you are not going to be duped by the quality of the horse. Here, number makes no sense because they're all the same. The only difference is which gate they're coming from. I mean, 35, 41, 36, what are those numbers? A few points here, a few points there. Here, it doesn't make sense. But if you actually want to, I mean, I think those chances are best to be kept for the best of the best tracks when you're racing Randwick, Flemington, Caulfield on the major race days. Then you know that there's a standard there. Today there's no class, there's no standard. We are benchmark 66. It's useless to even talk about these horses.
I don't think they need to go as hard as they did there. Look, unless you're Brazil Bay or Pride of Jenny, it's a bit hot. 12 and near 13 lengths above average, and she did a good job. I thought to hold on and mostly run on the race. Shock. Yes, the win Pride was dominant. So back to 1600 back in grade, and she can give us a great side here. Tempranillo is generally promising. That was the win of a good mare at Chilmore. It was only starts number 7. She was only second. Serena, well, she runs 1600 out. I'll tell you straight after the race. And Enchanted Jenny's had the gap between runs, but she won off a near identical break of 2 runs. So it just shows you individual profile of horses is the key. I think she'll run well again. 2743.
Spirited betting race. This through the top 4 in the trade, the ones in single figures, all firming at various times. Late with the bookies, Empire of Pain, 270 out to 3, back into 280. Enchanted Jenny, 370, 380, into 330, back to 340. Serena is 480 out to 5, back into 420. And Tempranillo, 420, 480, back into $4.40. Sort of having trouble sorting all of these out, Godo.
Yeah, a similar issue, but hopefully we can. Empire of Pain will be right on the speed, we think, and I think back that 100 metres might be the key.
Second last for Matt. Manda is currently riderless, and also Tempranillo. King Clean Handicap, the 7th over the 1600s. So Enchanted Jenny goes in, Diamanda the next one forwards. And Tempranillo, who is the equal third elect, now make that third elect outright. 4.6 to 420 with the books. Should up there for Tempranillo comes along, and again we go 1600. Seb racing now. Tempranillo towards the outside, the last out. Hannah Booty second last. Diamanda jumped well with Winning Witness and Serena between them. Enchanted Jenny just off those, followed by Empire of Pain, and they're 2 lengths in front of Tempranillo, our Paramore. And last of all is Hannah Booty, 3 lengths off the second last horse up the hill. At the 1200 metres, Diamanda is the leader. It's Diamanda by a length and a half to in second Serena, and around in Empire of Pain. So Serena will get the box seat trail third outside. outside of Winning Witness now. Then came Enchanted Jenny, who's fifth off the rails. Our Paramore next, and then came Tempranillo, and 2 lengths to Hannah Boogie last. So Diamond to the lead of the 60 to 1 shot. Swings to the side, the railway side.
That is the 9-year-old, I think.
To go. Nick in front of Empire of Pain, and then 2 lengths Serena third. A length Winning Witness, and they're all followed by Enchanted Jenny. 2 lengths out Paramore. Then came Tempranillo and Hannah Boogie just niggled out at the tail of the field. 600 metres to go. Diamanda kept them moving from Empire of Pain. A length and a half Serena, poised right behind them. Enchanted Jenny now 3 and 4 deep, about to close, and then came Winning Witness. Tempranillo had the back of Enchanted Jenny from our Paramore and Hannah Boogie into the running at the 300. Empire of Pain in front, held together by a length. Enchanted Jenny down the outside is running on, coming at Empire of Pain. Empire of Pain at the 150 with on the outside Enchanted Jenny. Empire of Pain just in front of Enchanted Jenny. It's a terrific battle towards the line. Enchanted Jenny getting it started.
And it is 3.
Lucy Evans has done it again. Enchanted
3.
Jenny from Empire of Pain.
Yes.
Paramore fought out third, and then came Tempranillo from Diamond and Serena, and Winning Witness.
3.
Enchanted Jenny on the outside, diving at Empire of
3 to 1.
That'll win by about half hit on the line. Enchanted Jenny, Bo Mertens for Lucy Omens. So that's a terrific story. Lucy with 3 winners out of Enchanted Jenny. Well done to her. Has ground Empire of Pain. Bo Mertens over the top of Ethan Brown. It was a great battle. And Hannah Boogie, who was a clear last, has got up to third on the outside. Logan Bates for Trent Busserton and Natalie Young. So good. So it's 3, 2, 1, 5 out Paramore 1.
3, 2, 1. And 5. Did you see that 9 running? Man! We'll go to the next. Two, 5, 6, 9. Scratched. 11, 12, 13. Scratched. 4, 3, 10, 7. So the 4 was a neutral, it did not win. 3 went through, 2 did not win because of gate number 7. This was doing good, but that happened. Looks like it. Looks like it. How will you stop this? So here, like, I place them as this thing. This thing is basically the EW, which is like this one. So the 10 is from gate number 9, okay? But I don't think that will be a problem because 9 benchmark 66, those gates are very difficult. Here, that was that. It did not get there, though it was very bad, but that just did not happen. 3, 2, 1, which was a gate number 8 with a low pressure. The 4 was a neutral. It looks okay. It looks okay. What can actually cause some issues is this one, but doesn't look like it is in a shape to cause an issue. Plus, there's a weird jock on this. And then 3 is this 11, 8, 9, 4, 3.5, 2, 25, 40, 44, 157. 150, 39. The thing is, that's the highest handicapped, okay? The 4 is the highest handicapped. The 4 is the highest handicapped. And what might happen? What are the possibilities? Everything is good. The jock is there. Everything is there. But what might happen is this, that at this class, that may not work. All right, 157 by 355. Where it worked was this 3 actually went through with that pressure, which was 1,000 meter from gate number 7. This is a 1,200 meter. 7. Should work. Should work. The 9 is a drift. Now, that thing is very prone to go wrong from there. It generally does. The 4 is okay, but is it risk-free? No, it is not. Why? Because it's a benchmark 66. It's carrying 355, 157 by 355 over 1,200 meters. And if we look at all these horses, then they're all 4-year-old mares, okay? They're all 4-year-old mares. And if that thing kicks in, then it is a problem. Because all of them are 4-year-old mares. So like in all mare race, whatever happens, we just saw what happened. And it plays differently every time. So here, this one is 157 by 355 jocks there. 3 weeks of advantage. Looks like it's 4. There should not be a problem. The only problem is if it fails to deliver that pressure. The only problem is at benchmark 66 if it fails to deliver that pressure. Rest everything looks good. There's no issue as such. This one is a 159 balance is there, but this is very well balanced. The 10 might get there, but that's from gate number 9. I don't know if that will work, but 4 probably is okay. The balance, everything is okay. The 1 is not in a great shape. The 3 probably is there, but there is something in between. If that's that, in that case, I mean, they don't win, but probably because of the gate number today, maybe. So this is very wide. I don't know if that'll work. They're like that, so there's no point talking about it. This looks okay. I mean, it's a linear. The only problem could be that it may not be able, physically not able to deliver the pressure. Physically, maybe, because 44 at 100, 157, 355, that's a lot of pressure. We'll see how that works, but the 4 looks neat. Let's keep an eye on the 7. Yes, this. The 7. That's a low pressure. Of course, that is a low pressure. If they are the same, then definitely 7 has advantage. If they are the same, then definitely this is advantage. And 3, like you're talking, is the number today. Maybe. Through the DICR also it is possible. Here, through the DICR, this one went through. Yes, it's the day for the threes. Let's see what happens at Beaumont. 3 is the 3 is not the favorite, but okay. Caulfield Heath. Beaumont.
Doing a photo between 4 and 7. Flash the result of that when we get it. 8th and last Caulfield, late with the bookies. It's 120 to 116, back to 118 for Tennessee Bounce. Nibbles at odds to Scarpa, number 8 for Jordan Childs Green Uril. 16.19 back into $15. Net Bravada is 15.19 back into $18. A Scarpa would be best backed. Quick read on horse number 8. Looks to have come back well this campaign.
Yeah, certainly does. It's hard to say that the first to run was a win at Geelong in 62 grade. It was just a little bit too good for them. Went on to a wet track last time and certainly had a chance, but should be, you think, fitter again. 1200's okay, and drawn for a good run back on dry ground.
Tennessee Bound is the hot favourite though. She looks really talented.
Yeah, she does. And the market's telling you she's likely to win again. I think the other key point out of her winner crown last start was the useful time in the margin. There was another, decent margin back behind them. So when the field's spread eagle like that, it's generally a good sign.
You're almost worried about, boy, if you're worried about anything, Canara, 5th and 4th in Flemington jump outs. Blinkers removed again. Crossover noseband on first time. It's returning from a break, obviously.
Yeah, look, she's good enough. She's run well in pretty strong 72 sort of races around, Saturday class horses, and Tennessee Bound hasn't done that. She's also one win from 19, which doesn't fill you with confidence.
Let's wrap it up with Matt. They're moving up for the last. The Sportsbet more places 1200. The Grumpy Bear goes in with also Tennessee Bound. So at the moment, Tennessee Bound $1.30. That's on Paramutual, $1.20 with bookmakers. Wolf 21 goes in, Pravda joining them. So they're getting close down there at the 1200 metres. The start just obscured by one of the sheds of the trees over there, but they come into view pretty quickly as Canara goes in. And the field sheds. Tennessee Bound just a little bit fidgety. Canara bounces about out wide. And away they go, and Tennessee Bound leapt well on the inside with also Wolf 21, and the Grumpy Bear isn't too far off those with the Pravda and Canara using plenty of the track as they head towards the Heath course at the 1,000 metres. Tennessee Bound is the leader with the Grumpy Bear. Wolf 21 a length and a quarter away, a little on the steel, then a Scarp and a Pravda, and 3 further back Canara. So as they reach the 800 metres, it's Tennessee Bound the leader from the Grumpy Bear, 3/4 of a length away. A length and a quarter, Wolf 21, and then came to Pravda, picking up some ground on the fence. Scarpa second last, a length and a quarter Canara. So Tennessee Bound, Ben Allen just trying to get her to come back underneath of him a little, and at the 600 metres, led by 3/4 the Grumpy Bear. A length and a quarter, Wolf 21 to Pravda, then a Scarpa and Canara at the 400 metres. Around the turn, it's the $1.20 favourite. Tennessee Bound in front by about a length and a half. The Grumpy Bear to Pravda, Wolf 21 under the Persuader, and a Scarpa the outside. Now the leader, Tennessee Bound, dug along at the 200 metres, kicked 2.5 lengths. A Scarpa running on. Tennessee Bound, 100 metres to go, had a good buffer on a Scarpa, and Tennessee Bound punched out. Will be running in bigger races than that.
481.
Tennessee Bound won by 3/4 of Scarpa. Third in the race was Wolf 21, followed by Canara, the Grumpy Bear, and last to Pravda. Tennessee bound at
$4.81.
$1.30 and 104, beats a Scarborough and Wolf 21 and remains undefeated. The lighter race.
4.8. One. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Caulfield Heath. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you to everybody who's watching this from anywhere in the world. I really want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for supporting this channel and being here. Thank you so much for being here. Daos, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Tuna, I know you're not you're gone, but thank you so much for making the donations, and thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Boy, thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for being there, my friend.